Hope you're having a good morning so far. I think I am. I slept good. A little bit of trouble this morning, but feeling pretty good now. My hood's gonna keep bugging me. But I'm gonna find something to pipe up with. See how the day will go, and then maybe I can get something accomplished. That's my goal. I'm gonna smoke out of Old Reliable today, my Crown rusticated little bent billiard. It isn't quite the pipe that my bent billiard is, but it's a favorite. It's been with me a long time. I am debating. I think I'm going to smoke some Haunted Woods. But I gotta change shoes. Because I wear stuff to be warm enough outside, and then I'll get sweaty feet if I don't switch to my shoes. And we want dry feet. Getting crazy over here. All right. Haunted Woods. I was going to smoke a cigar this morning, and I thought I should save it till I accomplish something. Because then a cigar is even better. And I think I took them all inside. I tell you. I just can't win. But I've had I've been surprised. Mabu had strep throat, and I had a viral infection. Similar symptoms. I've never had that happen before. So she had the worst of it, and she's pretty much over it. And mine is gone as far as I can tell. Good morning, Bartek. So now it's just a matter of getting some energy back. We're doing pretty good, though. How you doing today? Of course, it's 5:38 p.m. for you, I think. 39. Maybe I didn't drop a piece. I thought I dropped a piece. Becky, I was going to save it. Oh, it is 4. I almost guessed that, but for some reason, I thought it was 9 hours. It's 08:39. I really thought it was 9 hours for some reason. That's funny. I've been wrong all week. May as well get it out of the way early. And it may have been just a day where I looked at a message an hour later and then just did the math to 17 an hour. I don't know. I don't always do the best math. I can do all sorts of math for this stuff, but I don't always do the best math for the simple stuff like adding 2 and 2. I'm making an author stem. Now this is the original, which is pretty good. And it went on here. And the guy wanted a copy. Same material, same everything. Same colors. I don't know why, but that's what he wants. That's what he wants. So getting there. This is the bottom actually. I haven't, curved it yet. But I'm doing the bit a little bit differently because I've discovered some ways that are really comfortable. So I left more of the bit on there, and then as I go, I'll bring it down. So it'll be forward about a 1/16, and it'll be much, much lower. But before I do that, I always leave a little bit extra, and I want to finish the shaping, and then I'll heat it and bend it. Give it that little twang, that little awesome little bend at the end. And it'll be good. I was just trying to wrap my head around it, Automatically, I'm like, yeah, but I can do that, no problem. So I had to triple check with him. What color did you want again? And he said it. I thought maybe because I've shown him a lot of colors and he's not a guy that's been into pipes long. So I say, did the pictures say, how sometimes you send a series of pictures and you say, oh, the first one's blue, but the way it uploads the picture is reverse order, that kind of thing. So I thought maybe that happened, and nope, he just liked the color and wanted a second stem. I don't know if he's going on a trip or maybe just wants a second one in case, but there was no indication of a problem. Because my brother said, hey, he's got to give you this pipe back. And I said, oh, what happened? And he said, he just needs a new stem. I said, oh, did he drop it? Did it break? Did something hit it? Did a dog bite it? And nope. So that's all right. And I will be making some more pipes soon. I'm going to finish these two commissions shortly. I'm just kind of warming up for the day, seeing how my mind's going to work, but it's pretty good. I don't think I'm going to feel as aware as I hoped, like as sharply awake, but it feels fairly calm. I don't know if that makes sense. That's just how it is. I am smoking Haunted Woods. It's like Haunted Bookshop. I like it better. I've heard that Haunted Bookshop has more perique or something in it, but I don't know. This is just good. It has that little bit of spice that keeps you interested. Has the flavor profile, like that slight almost tanginess of Haunted Bookshop, and doesn't make my tongue sour. So I might put a little more perique in one batch of it just to mess around, but as it is, I really enjoy it. Yeah, this is my match for Haunted Bookshop. And hopefully someday you'll get to try them because I've been very fortunate. That's what I smoke most of the time. The only times I don't smoke mine is if there's just something else easier to reach. Like if I'm doing this and I don't feel like getting up because standing up and sitting down over and over bugs my legs over time. So I just try to do a sitting activity for a while or a standing activity for a while and not do too much of in between. So I might reach over here, like I've got some Consummate Gentleman I might smoke later, and or I might blend something. But really, if I don't smoke my own, it's because I just reached for something else, or I think I heard some snow just fall off the roof. Or I just there's one I really wanted to try or hadn't made a match for or something like that. I do need to get back into pressing tobaccos because I've done that. I've made pucks and they were good. I've only made a couple. I think I want to say 4. I made a puck of Mordor and that was that was great. And I made a puck of Frankenstein blend. That was pretty good. Just whatever extra, And it was actually better in a puck than it was just out of the bowl of where I had put the extra. I hate it. Don't crack your neck, man. I'm telling you. I try to turn how I want, and I got to stop at a certain point. But it's pretty flexible today. I'm trying to see from the side. I don't want to do this side. This side's a little more tender. Okay. It's getting there. We're close, kind of. And soon I will have some Delrin rod. So I will start expanding into Delrin tenons. I've asked people on it and I've looked up as much as I could find on it and what to look for. And for anybody seeing this who knows you've helped me with it, I greatly appreciate that. Because the last thing you want to do when you order online is order the wrong stuff. Getting there. Just got to bring down the right amount. I don't want to make it super thin because the weight will be certain place. Let's see. Peterson's P3 plug. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, come on. They don't sell it there anymore. That is a good one. Age really does that one well. I didn't love it or hate it at first. I liked it. I gave it a couple years age, and I don't have much left now. I go back and forth with it. Yeah, just the slightest bend to that. It's just more work on the bottom. I did the top of it pretty thoroughly, going back and forth, and I just got more to do on the bottom. Ooh, 6 years. I think mine's at, I think it's right at about 3 now. Maybe, give or take a couple months, but I think it's right about 3. Let's see. Oh, here's the fun part. No, that's not the fun part. Let's use different stuff. Do you ever have a day where you get old songs stuck in your head? Like old ones from like maybe before your time? I know that's random, but man, I sure get that a lot. All the time. Well, and to avoid copyright infringement, there's a song about the Sandman. That's the one that popped into my head today. Just now, and I saw this funny dude. I'm not sure if he was a comedian, by career, but he said, everybody said the old music was better. He's like, here's the 80s and 90s. And he went through them all really quickly with a very clever medley of songs he had put together or beats or whatever. And he had a point that was really the 90s. But he left out whatever. He left out like Bare Naked Ladies and really good bands, and only included just known bands to get that nostalgia effect, which was smart, but it wasn't, totally accurate. It just was it's a different deal when you're trying to make people think and laugh versus being accurate, because they know, and they're just there to laugh. More to go, which is good. So much easier one-handed. Nice. I do appreciate that. I don't have it myself other than looking up stuff on YouTube. But I did have it for a time, and my brother has it. I think he still has it. And it was nice. And then they had it, my brothers had it when it first came out for cars, and it was pretty garbage then. It just wasn't worked out. It was really good one day of the week. But it got better over time. So close, but so far. No, this is actually really close. This is not a shape of stem that takes near as much work as some others. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. I need to I need to get stuff like that. I need to get different things than I have, I should say. The best way I can think of to word it. I need to get stuff I don't have. Isn't that everybody's deal right now? I didn't even throw the match in my boot. Last week I threw one and it landed vertically in the broom, but it had cooled down enough it didn't damage anything in the broom. And then I threw another match and it landed on a box. I'm like, don't you do it. Oh, can you? I didn't know that. I just haven't looked into it. But I appreciate that. I'll have to look harder when I do. If people are going to have advertisers, it'd be brilliant if some company would buy rights from a lot of songs and then let them be public access. So people can play them without copyright infringements, or playing songs from literally the 1910s is the totally non-owned songs. Or 1922 or earlier. I think that'd be cool, because then we deal with advertisers all the time, everywhere anyway. I would tolerate it if I could play music on here and have to occasionally have an advertisement, Get in there. Okay, I wondered. I was like, wasn't that in Alive? Nice. My new home theater system is myself out here YouTubing songs for entertainment while making pipes. Little by little. Little by little. It's going good. I have about roughly a 32nd of an inch to reduce on this portion. Just has to be even. Hopefully, not even hopefully, I'll get done with this today. I got to have this one done. Really, tomorrow would be ideal. So if I had it done today, then I can spend the next few days when I'm feeling totally better on finishing up commissions. This being a commission stem and the guy's only around once every few months, and I can save on shipping because he knows my brother. So if I can get it done and get it to my brother, then win-win, because shipping's crazy. And I actually enjoy stems. I do enjoy the challenge, especially of the tenon, but at the same, that's the love-hate part of it for me. You know, it's always a thrill working on a stem because you could screw it up and go through the air draft or the air shaft, but I haven't done that yet. I want to say I don't think I will, but you never know. Before getting that. But I've gotten pretty over the fear of going through, like, it's no longer that the new stage worry. It's more, well, I can see that. I'm not going to go through it. I'd say the hardest part is when I'm doing the grooves in the back for saddle stem and then up front for the bit, just keeping that, you know, remembering to look back and get perspective and go, okay, I'm not close to the draft. I'm not close to messing it up, because sometimes you get tunnel vision and you start sanding an area and you're doing so well, and then you go, oh, that's thinner than I wanted. I haven't had that problem myself yet, past a fixable point. Other than that, the tenon is the most time consuming. That is the most work done is in the tenon for me when you're doing integral tenons. It takes as long to do the tenon as it does to do the whole stem, or longer. It takes, if you made a stem in 5 hours from start to finish, the tenon is at least half that time, or about half the time, about 2 hours. It's not hard. Like, it's not complicated. It's actually not bad once you have an idea, like the system down. So like, you learn the basic idea, you got to have a bit and all that stuff, and then once you work with acrylic and you get comfortable with it, it's not bad. And once you've had practice with it and you develop different methods that may work better, or different stem shapes for different pipes that work better, then it's not bad. Early on, it was much harder. Now it's just time. But I'm getting better at looking at it, because I tried different things with stems, and I wouldn't take into account that, I was going to remove another 16th or an eighth off the back of the bit, so they might end up a little narrow. And I didn't know exactly what was super comfortable for most people for bit height. So now, knowing that and being able to go, let's say, for example, on one, I want the top a little bit shorter, like not as far back as the bottom, then I can envision that, and I can picture where I'll need to start to have plenty to be able to remove to make that particular stem comfortable. And before I had the experience with it, I couldn't visualize it and place it quite as well as I can. So I'll be like, well, it's supposed to look like this. What's going on? But once you know what works, then you just go after that every time. We're about perfect on this. And you can file really far down. I now use the file edge and do the bit early and go as far down as I can foresee that it will work. And then whatever else I do, I can look at the side and base it off of that and go, okay, I know that I can't go lower than that. I leave a little bit of coarse, so when I sand or buff, I know it's going to take a little bit off. But then I do the rest of the stem after I make my deepest points. So whether it's right behind the bit or it's in front of the stem leading to the bit for like saddle, and then just removing the middle material, I do well doing that. I don't know, it's going to be different for everybody. I do well if I make point A by the bit, right behind the bit, point B where it's going to go down for the saddle bit, and then working in between, because that gives me 2 points of reference how deep I can go. But it would be easy to go right through it and go, oh no, if you don't watch. If you watch a lot, it's not bad. And for some people, it may work better to start at one end and work to the other completely without making the deeper grooves first. And sometimes I do that. It depends on the stem. But You just learn what works for you because you can't do it the way everybody else can do it sometimes. I had a guy tell me one time, you want to be Jay Mouton, you got to do it like this. And I have a lot of respect for Jay Mouton. He makes his pipes the way I always envision doing it. I always refer to it half the time as like a chipper bit. I know that's not probably what it is. But having it go on the lathe and doing that hand tooling. But if I can't use the lathe, I already can't do it like he does. I have a lot of respect for him. I think he's awesome. But I'm not Jay Mouton. I can't do it his way. I have to think of ways that I can do it to even get it done. I can't use any tool I grab. I've tried through tons of types of tools to find something that worked with epilepsy well, that's safe enough. Because I did the wood removal pieces. I can't think of those little deals that scrape out wood, but I got myself good. Like I had a quick twitch and just went, yeah, and looked down. Even though I was holding it back here, I don't know how it happened. And working completely away from myself. Somehow I had a seizure and just cut my thumb. So I said, okay, that's out. You should have seen all the vacuum cleaners we tried to find the right one for the right tone. That if I'm having a great day for sound, I can run it a little bit without earmuffs. Otherwise, I can do it better with the earmuffs. And, oh man, you just got to consider all that stuff. So I can't, but I like the way I do it. The pipes turn out really good. They're getting better. They started out really good. Only been making them for a year, so I've got time to improve. And I've been happy with them. Now, of course, you strive to do better all the time. But I've been happy with the fact that for starting really getting into it a year ago, that I've successfully made some really good smoking machines. And at the end of the day, they're handcrafted, period. Other than the oscillating sander, or the drill press, most of my drilling is done with the hand drill. This starts where the drill press is going to drill. This does the mortise and the draft hole, all that. Sometimes I've even done stem drilling with this on each end. And it's been dead center, and I don't know how. But sometimes in life you like something a certain way. Like I like stuff handmade. I didn't realize how handmade I'd have to be making stuff, but it just gives me an appreciation. All right, now we just got to get this little bit. So now I'm going to look at the end of it. And then I'll take a pipe cleaner Oh, you are able to see that. Okay, yeah, so here's the bit. And then I can see easier. Got about a 16th. So I'm going to do a tiny bit behind the bit with a narrow piece. Let's see. Narrow. Just a little, narrow. Yep, this side just a tad higher. I thought so on here, but I thought I'll take it off and take a look closer. It's just a 30-second maybe. But I'm using 400 grit, so I can't make an irreparable mistake. So that's why this bit is taking a bit longer, because I'm at the finishing stage. That's going pretty good. Yeah. It's crazy because it comes down to the millimeter. So next will be the top. I'll bring that down before I bend it. But that's, yeah, it comes down to the dang millimeter. It's crazy. And so I already made a groove with the edge of this. I'll leave the close side vertical so I don't grind down the edge you try to leave with the bit. At the same time, it'll start backing away here. And then I get down to about where I'm comfortable. Now, this is going to leave me a good, almost an 1/8 of an inch I can remove now. But sometimes when you're starting and you do this, you can't tell exactly how far above the hole it is until you've sanded more down. So to give it overall look perspective, now I'll do some work on the bit, and then I might lower it behind it. So we'll see. And since there's so much I can get rid of, I'll go to 220. I could file it down a little. 220 goes fast anyway, so I'm not too worried. I'd go down a little bit farther, I think. Yeah, there's still quite a bit. This is probably about 8 or 9 millimeters. I want it closer to 5 or less. And I will bend it. Just a matter of getting the button done first. Mostly. I'll leave a little bit extra so if I bend it, I can be careful with it. And if there's any marks, I can still sand them off. So it won't be too bad. Ooh. So what are you smoking today? What's anybody on here smoking? That sounded cool. I thunked that match. It actually is still burning, but it's on the concrete floor. But I thunked it and it went. That was cool. The nerd in me just lit up. Oh, I understand. And welcome. Welcome, Lurker Troy. Hope you're having a good one. We can't run errands or pay bills because we've got a lot of snow right now. But I know those days. That's looking pretty sharp. I'm going to bend it soon, actually. Just have to bring it down a bit more. I mean, it can't be too thick of a stem. Now, this is not a clenching bit. This is not a saddle bit. It's more for sipping, but you want it still pretty minimalized right at the bit. So now I need to go a little bit narrower. I mean, I've got, every thick width from wider than that to this to half of that to half of this to maybe even half of that. Getting there. I know you've heard it before, but it is getting there. If you could see the amount that's actually being removed, like the powder falling. It's going to be good, though. I'm excited about this stem. That's cool. One of the orange or copper bands goes from right behind the stem to the bit, or right behind the bit to the front of the bit. That's awesome looking. Man, that's looking good. It's looking sharp. Where'd I put that? There we go. No, right there. Let's throw stuff. Yeah, I don't miss doing the bill run right now. But I'm sure it'll be time by the time I miss it. Probably many times by the time I miss it. I had so many stems to make. All right, buddy. Thanks for being here. I don't know. I'll probably be on a while. I'll probably leave this on while I'm doing pipe work. So, Troy, are you smoking while you're running errands? Sounds good. Thank you. I will try. I'm ready for this one to be done. I'm glad it's turning out good. Just work. Just work. That's all it is. Get in there. Jeez. Much better. Ooh. Got the bit shape. Look at this. Orange going right over that. Oh, man. Just have to bring it down. To a smaller stem behind it, but it is looking good. The good thing is it's more sanding. The better thing is it's not a lot more sanding overall. Hey, doggo, how you doing, bud? Hope you're having a marvelous day. Trying to get this stem finished up. I've got some other stuff I'd like to do today, and this is getting there. Not bad. Real early morning was a bit rough. They usually are. Um, but honestly, for as early as I could be out here, it's going pretty dang good. Oh yeah, I'll smoke in the car, but if you're doing a lot of start and stop, it gets to be annoying to, you're missing out on some of the flavor because you light the pipe and you start smoking, you're enjoying it, and then you got to stop, let it die out probably. And I like the way the stem's going. I ended up at first not liking the idea of doing the stem, mostly because I had other, it's one of those things where you got things lined up to work on, and you throw something in there, and it was just the little bit of added pressure, but it wasn't. I'm glad to do it. I like who I'm making it for. It's just one of those things that more so that I really am close on a few commissions being done. And I don't want this getting in the way, But that's just me being picky on a day. Has nothing to do with anything. It was just an immediate view for a little bit and not a general view of how I feel about things. It's getting its shape. Light up some picayune with cigar leaf. Oh, that's going to be nice and strong. Good for you, man. I have a really strong blend. I need to blend it today. I've really been missing it. It's my strongest blend so far, and it's called Scorched Sahara Throat Punch. And the story behind it is we're doing a live. We're blending up strong blends, and I asked for ideas for a name. And the guys were great. I think we came up with like 30 to 40 attempts. And so I said, how is it when you smoke it? Well, I had just gone from smoking a longer stemmed, more restricted kind of draw in a pipe. And I forgot that the pipe that I switched to try this blend in, not only was it a big chamber, it had a really open draw and it was a short pipe. And so I'm drawing like it's a restricted draw pipe, lighting it, and I scorched it, and it was super peppery, really intense strength. And you could feel it too. UV, man. Never had a blend do that. So scorched, it's like a Sahara throat punch. But you could still, through the scorch, get the best part of the flavor. And then, once the scorch was away, if you'd ever scorched it, you'd never, ever taste that. But it wasn't even bad. It was just intense. And then, but man, that blend is the burliest tasting blend I've ever had. That earthy, really amazing, strong, rich, burly flavor that you just don't, that every really intense burly smoker searches for. It's a burly lover's burly blend. And it is so good and so strong. It's not even fair. That is turning out very well. Getting it much lower where I wanted it because it was just too thick. And it's a lot better now. Again, this is a sipper bit, but if it's a sipper bit, you want them to be able to get a little bit of a bite on it in case they decide for a moment, maybe they want to go do something or, go wash your hands or go get a drink. You want to be able to clench it at least for a little bit and have it be comfortable. This is why I always leave a little extra in every step, because you can always take more of the, whether it's Briar or acrylic or whatever, you can always take more off. You can't put it back on. I just give myself more of a margin. So if I make a mistake or I need to go back or need to do this or that, I can do that. And that keeps my stress down. Now, I know with small pipes, your margin's already going to be smaller. But on your way there, you can definitely leave a little bit extra to a certain extent and make it easier to get to your point successfully. You just take your time, know what you're doing, make sure that every little mark is intentional. And if it's not, why not? Sometimes you get those accidental, you get a pit or, things you can't control. And you go, okay, that looks good for the pipe or this won't work for the pipe, that kind of stuff. But every time I turn to the side, about my neck pops. Dang thing. I haven't used a clay pipe myself. I've seen them in person. I've heard about them too. I know they get hot, but I hear they're good. Now the top, and then I should be able to bend it. Let's see. I know I got a narrower one of those. Oh, this would do. This would be pretty good right now, actually. Getting some worn out sandpaper. This stuff's old sandpaper. But it's cheap sandpaper when it's that old. I got a ways to go, so I am going to lower this, tighten it a little bit. So we'll bring that down a bit, and we'll sand it the rest of the way. Get another piece of this handy. Who knows where I put the scissors? Oh, I found them. That's looking real good. We'll be really close now after a bit more. Looking slick. I need a clay pipe at some point. I know that much. So I blend all the time, so it'd be handy to have a clay pipe. All right, I'm gonna smoke some consommate, or no, I'm gonna smoke some. I don't know if I want Drexel 8. That's a good one. It's Virginia mostly. Maybe a vapor. I think it's mostly Virginia, but we'll see. Let's do some Drexel 6. If you haven't had Drexel 6, it is the closest thing to Frogmorton Cellar I've ever found. This is from July 31st of 18. And despite this being that aged and in a pouch and having been opened before, its moisture is not bad. It's just a little drier than the springy kind of moisture level. But I don't mind. I am going to jar a bunch of this soon, maybe today. But Drexel is a brand that is highly underrated. Sorely underrated. Whatever word you want, but it's underrated. Kind of like Brigadier Black. Yeah. Where it's really good, reasonably priced, way better than people expect. And as someone who blends, I review blends very discriminately. Like, I might really love a 2-star blend or not personally prefer a 5-star blend. But if they're well done blends, they deserve a good rating. Oh, nice. I had McDonald's day before yesterday. I had a double quarter pounder with cheese and bacon. And it was actually really good. It was better than they used to be. Every once in a while, I crave their fries. Now, I can't eat McDonald's or Burger King or some of that stuff often. Depending on the day, especially with colitis, it can upset my stomach or just make it hurt more than anything. But about once or twice a year, I can get away with it. Looking good. Now to fine sand it to completion. Then we'll bend it. Yeah. Much better. I'm going to need a new neck after this, but it's much better. Okay, got a little ways to go, but just about done now. Man, that's nice. Egg McMuffin and coffee. Nice. I love Egg McMuffins. I usually do what is it they have? They have the muffins, right? And then they have what are the little breakfast sandwiches, but they have like the crispier biscuits. I did those. It's been a long time, but I usually do the egg and bacon McBiscuit or whatever it was called. It's been a lot of years. But I often, if I'm going to do breakfast, if I'm out and about getting breakfast, it's a very rare and special day. But I've gone to Arby's instead and had their sandwiches turn out better. Now, again, it's been years. It's literally been years. It's probably been 4 or 5 years since I've had McDonald's breakfast or Arby's breakfast, maybe. And a lot can change in a year. And their coffee, along with very many coffees, I can't have. And it's not. I'm not blaming McDonald's because most coffees I can't have anymore. I can't have any coffee depending on the day. Sometimes I can have Copica or Copico coffee. That one's pretty easier on me. What was the other one? I really don't get to drink as much of it as I'd like to. It's once in a long while that I get to have coffee. I think last time I had coffee was in the evening, and I actually slept good because it felt right. I was like, okay, I think I'm going to be able to have coffee. I don't care what time it is at this point. Been a long time since I could have it. I'm just going to follow my gut saying it's time, and I'm going to have it. And my wife has some kind that's easier on the stomach kind of thing, but I can't even have that all the time either, which is too bad because I do like coffee. Some days even tea won't work. Like it just depends on the day. So feels right. You can't survive without coffee. That's how my wife is too, man. She can't either. Not bad. I'm gonna bend the sucker and polish it. It's gonna look good. It's gonna look so good. It scares me. I don't know if it'll scare me or if I'll just lie to myself and tell myself it looks good. Okay. Time for work. Oh, okay, man. I'm sorry. But I understand. And I may have a little bit of lag. It isn't acting like it on my screen, but we have had a snowstorm pretty bad, and that can do it. I'm going to grab a drink of water, and I'm going to come back, bend this, get it set, and polish it up. Too much stuff. You gotta stay hydrated. All right. Mm-hmm. Almost got it. Just got to polish it up. Hey, Cloud Bear. Here we go, fellas. There be the stem of the hour. Heavens, yes. What's up, buddy? How you doing? This is done. How's it going, man? Sorry if I answered too lately. You could see me working. Smoking some Drexel 6. Done with that stem. Another one bites the dust, so to speak, in a good way. I'm gonna work on a stem next for the elephant foot. It needs a stem. Oh, glad you're here. It needs a stem and a new home. If we could make it. Thank you. Crazy grains. And it does stand like this. Love it. With amazing plateau, man. Sunken in. We need more elephants' feet in the world. So we got to do a black and copper stem. Maybe this one. It's going to be bent. It's going to be a little bit swirly. It's going to be narrow. I don't know if we'll do black and copper. That might be the one. Got a few of them. I mean, we could go wild. Do like a yellow. That could look actually way cooler than I was thinking. I'm going to do it. Oh, awesome. Oh. I don't know if a bird flew by or a light flickered, but I noticed it. That's cool, man. What do you think of it? We're gonna go wild on this thing. So here's my plan with it's birds flying by. Man, I picked that stuff up like crazy. So my plan with this is get rid of this edge. I'm not gonna make it fit snug because I think it's gonna not be artsy enough. Oh, thank you, bud. So I'm gonna make it sort of like military mount where there's a little bit kind of like a P-lip where it sticks out a little. I'll get rid of this flat edge and then I'll make a couple of maybe a ball design or a groove and we'll have it mimic the bend of this stripe so it comes up and then out a little bit with a fishtail mouthpiece. Almost like a saddle bit. Closer, like between a fishtail and a saddle bit so it'll be comfortable. So first thing's going to be the tenon. Because the rest of the work doesn't matter if you don't do good with the tenon. I'm going to do something over here. For just a moment. The one thing I can do on a lathe sometimes is the tenon. So you bring this down for a second. I gotta make an adjustment. I gotta bring that down more. I think I may just sand this a little bit. A little bit on there to bring it down before I bring it over here. Let's do narrower. Narrower. A little bit wider. This might be it. Hang on. That is it. Okay. I'm back. Now, I didn't bring this down a ton because I want to be careful with the design. So I shaped it out a little bit more, sanded it down a bit to bring it down even. But I'm going to be doing some work with the Dremel. I'm going to be doing some work with the, probably with the file. So I just leaving, at this stage, I'm just leaving things closer, but they aren't final. Normally, I completely finish the tenon first. In this case, I'm just getting it ready. And even so I can figure out how I want to go about it. Okay, I'm going to do this for the top. So this will be the top. That way there's not too much yellow on the top or bottom and not too much of this, just kind of right balanced. Then I follow the shine. If you want a quick, easy way to be straight, line up the top, follow the shine straight across. And this is the very beginning stage. So if I need to make an alteration, I can. So I'm not worried if it's like, oh no, this is final, this is the top. Well, no, this isn't final. This is just the beginning. Okay. Got my top. Got my lines. This is going to be good. Although I keep focusing on work too much and letting my pipe go out. Oh, let's do a little bit of a bull call. We'll get the bull call groundhog in the right corner. What are you smoking? What are you smoking it in? Are you smoking with family, friends? You got anybody visiting today? So first thing I'm going to do, because it just helps me for some reason. Everybody does their own thing, right? I'm going to mark the bit, just the line for the bit. That will give me the depth of the bit that I want. Now, I always go about an extra 1/16 of an inch because I know as I finalize it, as I do any slope, anything like that, I really want to have a little bit of a margin. So if anything goes down a little bit, I don't go, oh no, I didn't measure for that. Now I have too little material and the end is all screwed up. Marking acrylic is a lot like marking pine with the saw. You know, you don't just start off sawing. You make a groove, then you follow it till you can do what I'm doing now. So I'm just getting the lines on there, not going to make them super deep. That gives me a visual. Come on, you. There. And get this groove going. There we go. Of course, I got my vacuum in the way, so I keep hitting. And my drawer, apparently. Okay. So I get that part done for now. Now I just have to decide where my pencil is. Come here, you. Okay. And we'll grab the pipe and take a look at the top. Should be right here. And it'll go out at this angle. So now we have to decide the swirls or the shape. So I should set this here. I'm trying to be careful not to set this anywhere it could fall. Fortunately, it stands. So it's awesome. So I want the top to be there. It's going to go at this angle. So we're going to cut down here. And we're going to reduce this side a bit. To start with. Let's set this here. The vibrations could knock it down and dent it, and it's too good to mess up. I think I'm going to do a higher grit or lower grit sandpaper. Because that will make it more fluid than just hacking away. Gonna do some of that tenon while I'm here. $220 is good. I do like 100 or 120. I thought about the Dremel. I may use the Dremel. I don't know. Hey, Hunter. Good to see you, brother. How you doing? Making stems, buddy. Just finished. Oh, thank you, Troy. The lighting he had from that window, I think, didn't allow for the grain to be seen and do it justice. But I was happy watching that. I still enjoyed his video. And I'm glad he's so happy how it turned out because we worked hard together on that pipe. Glad you're doing all right. Doing a contrasting black and yellow stem for the elephant's foot. I'm just shaping it. It will sort of be like a military mount. The shape will kind of match. Will kind of match that bent lip because it will sit like this. Well, I can't show you off camera, but sit like this. So I want the stem to be similar. I've done some metal work in the past. I've forgotten a lot about it. But I do have brass fittings and stuff I can use. So we're getting there. My dad does metal work. I used to do a good amount of metal work, but it's been years, and I had West Nile and forgot a lot about that stuff. I'm getting some ideas for shapes, so I went back to the file. Yeah, getting there with the metal work. I do intend to do more in the future. Right now, it's not. I'm almost there. At this moment, with what the commissions I'm doing right now, they don't require metal work at this time. How are you, Todd? We're going to do a flat surface on the sides that goes up about this far. The bottom and the top will go about this far, but the top will go to the end of the button. I think that'll be cool. Glad you're doing good, Todd. Always good to hear. Well, that block went under the bench, but it wasn't the finished one, or I would have cussed. My water bottle fell. Hey, stop falling. Stuff, just stop falling. Cut it out. I'm doing pretty good, man. I can't complain. I really shouldn't complain. I got no real reason to complain. Taking a look, see if anything else is going to fall. And I will probably do this with the Dremel. I'm just doing the base shaping so I can work around it. So I can go, okay, this is the outline. Here's what I'm doing. So as you guys can see, we got the top. That flat groove will go all the way to the finished end of the fishtail bit. The bottom groove will stop about there. And there will be bends and stuff in this. Then you got the side, the two sides. So it'll be about almost perfectly square from here to here. Might do some kind of a groove in here. I don't know if I'm going to do a groove or a ball or just a simple, really nice, small diameter stem. Hey, Dark Lord, how you doing? Welcome back, Bartek. Hope it's going good for you guys. Going pretty good for me. I can't argue. Let's put a... Oh, I've got my mark already. Okay. Contrary to popular belief, sandpaper is the greatest invention of all time. It truly is. I don't want to run the Dremel. I need to light a pipe. I smoke Consummate Gentleman, Haunted Woods. I might have something in my pocket. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Got pipes with me. Didn't even know they were in there. This was my first pipe. And this was my first. Man, I did all sorts of things with this pipe. I tested stains. I sanded. I changed the shape 3 or 4 times. It's got my little shop pipe from a hobby block. I should smoke that. That's a pretty good smoker, actually, as well. I just have to know what to smoke. I got a lot of stuff in here. Oh, let's try whatever this is. That looks good. Solani 656. Yeah, wouldn't that be an adventure, Hunter? 3 years later, almost done with the base shape of the pipe. I wouldn't be digging the shark skin stuff. That don't work for me. I'd be taking handfuls of. Oh, I got tissues too. They're not used, don't worry. Matches. Dang, paired. I'd be taking handfuls of sand and going like this with the stem. They wouldn't look as nice as they do anymore. Like chocolate at first and a bit like dirt. But it gets better. I charred it. There's a really nice chocolatiness to this Solani. I'm afraid of Dremel time. I don't want to do Dremel time, but I think I'm going to have to soon. It's time for Dremel time. All right. Mm-hmm. And by mm-hmm, I mean mm. Getting there. It's gonna be a son of a gun. But it's getting there. Top, side, side, bottom. I'm gonna mess with the button a bit. Shrieking. That's how we scare ourselves in here. Mm-hmm. There's a start to the top of the bit. Got a ways to go. That's all right. Still going good. Heck yeah. Now all that's left is everything else. They can mold them, but you can't get a custom, as far as I know, because I haven't tried to order it yet. I mean, there's molded ones or machine made ones also. Like I have some of these that are pre-made acrylic stems. They make some nice ones that are pretty good. You know, that's what these are. Just the pre-made acrylic or pre-molded or pre-made or whatever. They can mold them. They molded well, that's what they used in high heels. Way back when, they would buy out places that made films or flicks or whatever you want to call them. And they would melt down the film strips. Yeah, they'd melt down the film strips and then pour them into molds for acrylic high heels. But a lot of times you'll find, oh, what are the other types? There's another type of stem I can't think of. And vulcanite is molded a lot. What's another one? I can't think of the third one. There's one that's molded all the time. Vulcanite is, but no, here's an acrylic. You never know. Well, it's farther back than that. I don't know what they're made of anymore. I haven't worn heels. I'm just kidding. For so long. That I can't remember what they were made of. My name should be Sandy. And you get in trouble with names, because they got names that guys and girls both have had. For example, a word that used to apply to women that applies to men now predominantly is handsome, which I take to mean that's like an altogether good-looking, presentable kind of woman. That's one handsome woman. Now it's handsome. But then you get into cultural slang kind of names. So Sandy with the Y was probably female for a long time. Could have been male to start with. I don't know. But now, if you were go, no, I don't want to be feminine, so I'm going to do Sandy with an I, then you open up to a whole nother level that I don't want to open myself up to. This is going so much better than I anticipated. I might have to take a celebratory jerky break in a minute. Goodness gracious. Hey, Hillbilly, how you doing, brother? Judy and Jody. Is it Julie or is it Judy? That's cool. Thank you. And that's not even the sandpaper. That's just noises I'm getting as I get older. See, that's my knee. You guys ever noticed names associated with jobs? Just think about it. How many of you know a secretary named Joyce? Like, particularly the previous generation, or like at schools. How many of you know a school nurse named Joyce? How many of you know one nice person and one mean person of like equal relative caliber named Barbara? I bet the nice one also goes by Barb. I don't know. I think that's about equal too. It's crazy. I don't know what my name would mean. People go, oh, it's to do with the Bible, but I got shortchanged. They left out the H, so now I'm up to no good, I guess. I don't know why I'm using that narrow one for the whole stem when I got this one ready for that. How are you, Donnie? I finished a copper and black stem today, so that's all done. Working on a contrasting yellow and black stem that will have sort of panels to go with the elephant's foot. It'll end in about a fishtail that's about a mix between fishtail and saddle bit. So it'll be saddle tail. Oh, that doesn't sound good either. The sides will be flattened that taper down from here up a little bit on both sides. The bottom will do that a ways up here more. And the top will go all the way to the bit, and it will be bent. And it'll fit in the elephant's foot. It won't be a snug fit. It's going to be like military mount or Peterson P-lip or system pipe where they stick out a bit. It's going to do that. But it's going to be cool. Going good. Oh, let me know what you think, buddy. Let me know what you think. Hey. You hold still, you stinking thing. I smoked some Haunted Woods, some Drexel 6, and I'm smoking some Solani 656. It's going to be pretty. Yeah, 6 is real good. I have some from July, well, the end of July of 18. beautiful. Oh man. Well, I do suppose retribution it is a bit of an off the wall English, actually. It's kind of almost, now that I recall it, it's almost like you know how white knight's in English, but it's kind of on the line where it just barely tips over from like, what is that called? Balkan to English, or it just barely crosses that line. I think that's similar to that. It's been a bit. I'd have to remember. I smoked it the other day, but I ain't remembering much with the dang today. I'll have to try it again. But catfish is, I'll smoke 10 bowls of catfish, no problem. I do like it better. Yeah. I did forget about that Latakia, but with the viral infection I had, I do notice it changed some tastes over the last few days. So maybe I gave a bit of an error description to you because I wasn't feeling perfect about 5 or 6 days. So it's been a good week or so. So I might have smoked it and described it to you, and it could have been off. So I do apologize if I misdescribed it. Because like we had the other night we ate, and all I could get from the food was spice. I couldn't taste the food. I usually can taste everything of it. So I'm gonna chalk one up to that a little bit. But I do remember noticing more of the Latakia before this last week when I'd smoked it previously. Woo, getting into it. Give me a second. Too many layers. I'm doing good, honey. Yep. Getting overheated. Sneaking up on me, so I had to get some fresh air. And I thought, there we go. But feeling good. Didn't get too far. I'm going to pop this on the lathe and sand it a certain way to see if I can narrow it down without messing it up. I know that's a lot to ask, but I'm going to try it. I gotta grab the jerky. Hey, Cascadian. If you're still here, how you doing, buddy? Just using the lathe to spin this and sand some spots a little bit narrower. Hope you're doing very well. Doing good, bud. So this will have 4 tapered panels. The side ones go to about here. The bottom one goes most of the way to here. Top one, this will be bent. The top one goes all the way. This will be more like a kind of saddle bit fishtail. So I'll bring this all inward here so it'll narrow about this. Get wider at the end. And then this will narrow down more to the stem. Oh, dang. I'm going to be having jerky in a minute. And that's going to be for this elephant's foot. Sorry, I got a little bit of acrylic on there, so don't worry. So it'll stand like this. And I'll give it this stem that will follow this a little bit. Come up to be bent a little bit. But I want it to be a fairly fine stem. I don't want it to be huge. Old Dark Briar'd and Otter Creek. That sounds good. I haven't had Otter Creek, but anything with Old Dark Briar'd sounds good. So, are you at work on lunch break? Oh, that's good, bud. I guess I'll just have to live with that. Man, I tell you, whenever I think of Old Dark Briar'd, I know some good blends with Old Dark Briar'd, both that I've made and haven't made. And then I'm also thinking I could make something good with Old Dark Briar'd. Like that just automatically comes to mind. Nice, bud. I'm working from home today too. I might do a coarser grit. I want to be real careful. But I could do coarser. Not 80. Got 220. I didn't think I had 100. That's what I wanted earlier. Well, I hope your at-home work is going good for you, bud. Oh, I understand. I understand, buddy. I had two sweaters that are both warm, including this one, and then I had a coat on, and I was doing good. I was comfortable, and the heat was catching up, and I was moving more, and I'm like, something ain't right. I'm starting to get too warm, I think. So I took everything off, and then I got chilly over by the lathe because it doesn't make much heat. It kind of just blows air around. I will say though, Brian, you do look like you need another pipe. You do. I can't see you physically, but I can see you virtually. I do have this billiard nearly finished, perfectly drilled. Excellent metallic stem with silver and gold. Just have to finish that. Any part of it can be the top. So you know, if you need another pipe because it looks like it, you just let me know, buddy. I've got an oompal. Oh, that's funny. I have the same. I'm the same way, man. I'm smoking a straight now, but I really enjoy a good bent billiard. I also enjoy a straight billiard, especially the look, but I love bent billiards. I do have. This one doesn't have to keep this stem. I'm just playing around with ideas. This amber contrasted Dublin as well. Perfectly drilled. Plateau. Yeah, no kidding. 6/16 old acquired and copy. Nice. I've got an oompal with plateau as well. I've got a poker. It's a nice, simple, comfortable, straightforward poker. Kind of goofing off with the stem, but you know, you got to play around. I've got a mini straight billiard, an elephant's foot, and this billiard. I'm working on some Bing's favorites. So I got this one started. This will have some plateau on the rim. And that's getting there. Good start to it. And then, yeah, I'll be doing some more bent billiards. And eventually, this pickaxe with plateau on the front is going to be awesome. And I can do all sizes. So you just let me know. It's always fun to help a friend out. Okay, buddy. Thank you. You too. You have a great day. Enjoy yourself. Hopefully it goes well for you. Glad you got a break. Glad you're doing the work from home. That's always a little bit better. That's good to see you, bud. I need longer strips of 100, I noticed. Woo, slipping. I had my dogs in last night, despite them wanting to stay out. I had a feeling it could get, you never know for sure, but I figured it could get real cold overnight. And it did. It dropped. I don't know if it got negative. It could have barely with the wind chill, but I think it got down to close to zero with wind chill every time I saw. It was, well, this morning it was, when I got up, or when I looked around 7, it was like 2 degrees if you include the wind chill. So I'm sure it got maybe a little below zero. But before that, it was nice enough. They could have been fine. If the wind stayed where it was and the daytime temperature stayed where it was, they would have been fine. It wasn't real cold with the snow. And the dogs have, heated water dish, insulated dog house, all that good stuff. So I put them inside anyway. And I'm sure glad I did, because it got cold. But they love the snow. You go out there, you think, I'll let the dogs out while it's the heat of the day and they can run around. And you go out there and check on them, and they're playing in the snow and eating the snow and burrowing through the snow and happy and jumping. But they don't have very much sense. So if they're going to get too cold, they won't. They like the snow so much, they don't want to come in. So at a couple nights, I had them staying here, and they got everything they need here too. because they didn't want to go in the house. So I negotiated with treats that they at least stayed in here, especially when it got really cold out. You know, where my aunt is still within this state, it was minus 60 with the wind. Here it was minus 50. But in the garage, I had it 50 above zero. And that's kind of the sweet spot for them. Because you don't want them getting overheated either. But if they're sleeping and laying still, and it's, let's see, it's more or less 52 and a half in here. But they didn't stay in here. They stayed in the house. So I just leave everything set as it is and leave one light on for them, and then they're good. And now I know it's warmer out. They're running around. I'm glad it's melting, man. It's melting here. I went outside to get fresh air. I came in, sat down, put the sweater back on, and then through the little door window, I saw a bunch of snow slide off the roof. Sun's out. I don't know what temp it is. I'll double check. Oh, it's not showing me. Usually it shows me right here, but our internet's been a bit funny yesterday with all the snow. So it's still working, but things don't update immediately. $36. I would guess around that here. There's no wind, but I would imagine between 30 and 40. But they're good at that. You know, they run around and play. It's when there's wind it gets nasty here, because there's wind almost every day, all year round. And when you've got wet snow and wind, it's like standing next to a lake. You know, it might be a sunny day, 80 degrees, and you're by a lake and it might be 65. So when it's cold, and especially if it's like overcast of clouds and the wind is blowing, even if it was 30, that makes it a whole another level of cold. So with the sunlight and no wind, they're just having a good time. And they're good. They run around here. They don't go far from the house. They don't go onto the road. If they need anything, they scratch at the garage door here. And then I go out, I'll check on them as I go over to get water or something. I open the door, I'll check on them. And they're always just playing in the backyard, or they'll go in their dog run and eat and get a drink or take a nap and then run around some more. Ours are little dogs, but they have really dense, thick fur. And not just for the winter coat, you know, but like all the time. And the one's a miniature dachshund. He's not as miniature now. I think he's he's about the normal size of a regular dachshund now. He's a miniature dachshund with straight fur, and it's really long with a nice undercoating of fur. He's got a lot, and he gets cooler than the smaller dog, because the smaller dog is something that my wife rescued. It's not tiny. It's about a shoebox. A little bit smaller around. But if I put him in here at night, the one dog will run in here, and the little dog will stay out there and be like, hey, let's come play. What are you doing? I haven't owned any pit bulls. My brother has had a few. One of the, well, they're no longer with us. One of his friends is a girl he worked with a long time. And that dog just loved her. And he said, he was moving at one point, so he let her have the dog. The second one he rescued had been trained to fight. Muscular, like those pictures you see online of those really buff dogs. That's how he was. And my brother used to play baseball. He'd run all over the place. And that dog, my brother would run for hours. And that dog would not tire or quit. Eventually, he put a harness on it and tied a tractor tire to it. Didn't matter. To help it get more tired eventually after a couple hours of running, it didn't matter. But it developed between how it was trained and developing the enzyme imbalance. It was killing things left and right eventually. It was killing neighbors' animals. It was killing cattle. And I don't mean like pitting the bull like they're made to, where they bite the snout and pull it to the ground. I mean viciously killing everything it could see. And it wasn't rabid, but it was very similar. And then the third pit bull stayed here. It had a different dog run at the time. Nice big one, insulated doghouse, all the same stuff that we prepare for when we have any animals outside, whether it's summertime, whenever they're outside, we've got a nice dog run for them. If we're not out here to supervise, like if they know I'm outside the house, they'll stick around. If I was inside the house and had them outside and just left them to run around regardless of the weather, they'd eventually go to the road. So we have that dog run in case. And then the third pit bull loved my brother. Was an absolute gentle dog. And for most of its life, it would have been the arguing case that pit bulls aren't dangerous. And I try to remind people that most dogs are dangerous. Most big dogs like that have the potential to be dangerous. And whether it's their fault or not, it's not solely how a pit bull is raised that will determine how it's going to behave. They're likely to get that imbalance. And I don't like, it's a double-edged sword for breeding dogs. It's cool because you can get the type of dog you desire. It's not good because people make games out of animals' lives. And I'm not the biggest animal activist in the world, but there are a lot of side effects to human intervention sometimes. And like beagles always have kidney problems. German shepherds now get really bad hips. They used to stand tall and regal and proud, and now they look like they're squatting all the time. Bulldogs, snouts get shorter and shorter, which is not healthy. Things like that. One thing that ticked me off, I saw was this trend. These people would have kittens. And when they're newborn, they can snip a nerve or do whatever, and it doesn't hurt the animal, but they're running around. They couldn't put their paws like this the way they did it for the cats. So they grew up scooting around the house sideways on their joints. And I just want to grab those people and smack the living shit out of them. But, pit bulls have it bad, especially when they get that imbalance. So the third dog was definitely my brother's dog. And he moved and left it out here, and we took care of it. And he'd come and visit it. And then he got busy with life, and he quit visiting it. And I was watching it go from nice and sweet with the tail wagging, and it was getting that imbalance. So again, I'm not blaming the dog. But as soon as you open the pen to take it for a walk, it was ears up, head to the ground, look for everything possible to kill. And it broke through our garage door, the single door. It killed a bunch of cats. I killed a calf, and then it was half a mile away ripping apart the neighbor's dog. And his big dog that had been hit by cars and had brain damage and couldn't walk, usually couldn't figure out which way it was going. When it was happy, it'd wag its tail and swing all over the place. But it jumped in front of the little dog that would have been killed. It took my dad and my neighbor, full-grown men, to try to get that dog under control. Eventually, they chained it to the truck. They couldn't even put it in the back of the truck. It was relentless. So they drove slowly, they weren't dragging or any crap like that. But they got it back to the house, and it got in the pen, and it was fine. And then we had the neighbor kid visiting, and it started doing that thing from in the dog run, that it would put its head down, lift its ears, started watching the kid like that. Same way it had to the cats, same way it had to other animals. And so unfortunately, it had to be put down. So that's 2 out of 3 that I've known immediately that had that issue. But that's not the dog's fault. I'm not saying all pit bulls are bad. I'm not saying condemn them. Because a lot of times you try to tell anybody any of this stuff, they don't want to hear it. They go, pit bull. There's either pit bulls are angels or pit bulls are terrible. When that's not necessarily the case. I think, there's steps in between, and there's some dogs will go through that and some won't. And the case of the latter dog with my brother, it took many years. It was a friendly, nice dog for a long time. So it was just sad. Got a pretty long life. And it was happy and well looked after. But it's just sad, Here's his 14, still thinks he's a cat. I had a friend that had a cat that thought it was a dog. And he'd take it to the park and throw a stick, and the cat would go get it. Well, hey, Steve and Miss Kathy, how you doing? And one time he said, real quietly, he said, don't say squirrel. Whatever you do, don't say squirrel. And I couldn't barely hear him. So to verify, I said, what shouldn't I say? He said, don't say squirrel. And I didn't know what the cat would do. Nobody was around. So I yelled squirrel because I was ornery. And the cat went clear to just a random tree, not a close one, not the farthest one, just picked a tree, ran up it. There was no squirrel anywhere. So it was a good time. We laughed about it. I laughed more than he. I've never seen a cat wag its tail like a dog till that cat. I'm having a jerky break with some old Trapper. This stuff is tasty as heck. Working on some stems. Finished making a second duplicate author stem. Turned out really nice. So that's done and ready to go. So I get to let the guy know. And then I'm working on a stem for this elephant's foot, which I really shouldn't have touched at the time with acrylic dust, but I suppose it doesn't matter. And we're going to do a contrasting yellow and black stem with tapering going up it. It's going to have 4-paneled tapered sides part way up. The bottom side will go farther up towards the kind of saddle fishtail end. And then the top will go all the way to it. And the sides will go about 1.5 inches or 2 up the sides. So now I'm just tapering the midsection. I'm using 100 grit right now. And it's just work. It's just work. There ain't no way to put it other than that. Oh, come on, you. There we go. Thank you, Bartek. And how is everybody doing? Steve and Kathy, you guys feeling pretty good? If you ever want a sand, just let me know. Good. Good to hear. I'm going to smoke something. I was going to smoke a cigar, and I don't know if I left any out here, if I took them all inside. Which is probably just as well. Because it's more fun to smoke a cigar when you can hold it. And you're not drooling on the end or getting smoke in your eyes when both your hands are busy. So I probably did myself a service and moved them inside. Yeah, that's probably working. I was going to roll up a piece, but 100 don't roll up so easy. Hold still, you. It's a party here. Thanks to you guys, it's a party. I don't want to use the Dremel. I could use a flat sander to do this. But if I touch that tenon, I'm going to take a bunch off of it, and I don't want to do that. So what are you smoking, Steve and Miss Kathy? Or are you guys just kind of taking a break this afternoon? Getting there. Famous words. Getting there. I need to find a longer bit of this. Maybe this is it. I don't want to use 80, but maybe I do want to use 80. 80's pretty terrible. Pretty coarse. But I do want to remove some of this more. Although it's working. I'll do a round of this and then I'll smooth it out with 100 and maybe it'll be about right. Ooh! No! Things can go bad in a hurry. Whew. Mabu's checking up on me. Ornery girl checking up on me. Can't believe it. Get a nice rounded taper on this. I do want it to go more inward, but I want to do the top and bottom first, or the front and back first. But that turned out pretty damn rounded for being tapered a bit. I won't argue. I think I'll do a little bit more. Which end do I want to work on? I suppose I should flatten these ends a little bit better. And I'll start on the top. So I'm going to take some 220. That's 400. Or maybe I'll do two. Yeah, I'll do 220. You crooked thing. The magic of patience is yet to be seen. Sorry for the squeaks. Man, this is going good now. I could use like a flat sander, I suppose, but especially like something like well, you can't see it, but belt sander, I just don't want to mess with. But I have to smoke something. That's more important right now. Making good progress today, so we deserve a smoke break. What do we have? We have kind of some of everything. I got most of my cellar out here. Ooh, this was one of my first chocolate blends, or at least it got really chocolatey over time. My goodness. And I threw it in this container and it was good. And I thought, well, I'll smoke some other stuff and leave it alone. And I've forgotten it for probably close to 2 years, maybe at least a year. And I just keep passing it up and passing it up. And it's time to smoke it again and see what it's like. I'm going to turn a heater on because my feet are getting chilly. And then my legs get chilly. It is starting to cool down now. And I don't want to get achy legs. That shouldn't even be a thing. It's like really cocoa-y chocolate. Got a hint of vanilla out of it. Good. I'm sure I wrote it down if it was this good. Yeah, it's in the low 30s. It's already starting to cool down. It's 1 in the afternoon. I can't believe that. Phone's charged good. Heck yeah. Welcome in if you just joined. Making a stem. Finished one up. Feel free to let us know what you're smoking it in. I'm smoking some kind of chocolate blend I put together. And of course didn't mark the container that I threw it in a long time ago. In my bent crown billiard. And it's really nice. I do really enjoy bent pipes. I'm getting tired. I've been out here a long time. Heck, going good today. Getting there. Again. But eventually, when I say getting there, it will be finished. Hello, Steve and Kathy. You guys there? Doing okay? Oh, he said, bye, y'all. I said, hey, y'all, I got sawdust on my glasses. Have a great day, you two. Thank you for joining in, hanging out a bit. Played a bunch of Uno with Mabu last night, and she's telling me, whenever you're done, we're going to play Uno again. Wish I had a cigar in here. I'll look around in a minute, and I'll stop for the day, and then I'll BS with you guys. I could use some probably some sort of sanding tool, a different one, but it's such a pain when you get a groove or something intentional in acrylic, or Briar, but I'd say almost even. But I think we're generally most of the stages you're at with acrylic, you don't have a lot of thickness to work with. It's more frustrating to me when you get a groove but you can't get it out. I don't know. It's about the same, I suppose, because it frustrates the heck out of me if there's an issue with Briar as well in the late stages of a pipe. This 220 is worn out. This will be a good one for like sanding on the lathe or something like that. But I have more. I actually have a strip right there. I must have been using the previous one I used to have, and because the new stuff I have that's actually old is blue, is greenish, and the old stuff that was newer than this was tan. Been tired of sanding. It's a good workout. Not much left to go on this section. Then I can focus more on the bit, get that all shaped up, smooth out the rest, and I'll be about done. The tenon work remaining that is the most annoying. Attack of the sawdust. There. Then I don't nick it with the sandpaper. Nick the tenon when I don't want to do it. Whew. Nice. Mostly done. Just got to do a little more on the side. Got to do a bunch on the bottom. Man, welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. It's been a productive day. Finished a stem I've been working on for a while. Now I'm on this one, and it's just going actually quite good. Excellent so far. Actually, much closer to how I had hoped to begin with, to what I started envisioning. Anybody you want to say on, just let me know. I'll let you take over. Good. Well, I thank you guys for being here. Everyone who's been here. I'm going to do a little more sanding, clean up, and head inside. But I want to thank you for being here. I'm sure it wasn't the most entertaining seeing me sand, but I appreciate the company. It means a lot. And I hope you have a great day. So enjoy your smokes, and I'll catch you in the next one. Thank you.